Oh,
Do you?
books. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, the time is now 6:38. I'd like to welcome everyone to our regularly scheduled board meeting for the Alice ISD School District. Today is Monday, February 16th, 2026. This agenda for today's meeting has been posted as required on the AISD Administrative Building, board room number 2, County Trail, Alice, Texas 78332. I'm going to call this meeting to order. And item number 2, the roll call to establish a quorum. So an announcement that this meeting of the Alice ISD has been duly called and the notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, section 551.043 of the Texas Government Code. Present today is our superintendent, Ms. Dr. Trevino, myself, Jennifer Barrera, the board president, Mr. Herman Adriano, the vice president. Not present today is Mr. Ciro Zamora, our board secretary. Present is board trustee Adrian Pena, Ms. Guerra, board trustee, Mr. Cody Reeves, and board trustee Mr. Leon. So at this time, we have a quorum. On to item number 3, the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag.
This evening, we have Emily Chapa, the daughter of Rolando and Priscilla Chapa, 8th grade student at Williams, and Mary Alden Fontenay, 7th grade student, the daughter of Kevin and Brooke Fontenay, that will be leading us in our pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
honor and justice flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee,
Texas.
one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, Emily and Mary Alden.
To item number 4, recommend and approve the board meeting minutes. For A, the minutes for the regularly posted meeting on January 12th of 2026. And for B, the special call board meeting on January 22nd of 2026. Is there a motion at this time?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as read.
Thank you. We have a motion by Mr. Pena and a second by Mr.
I'll
Reeves.
second it.
Is there any discussion? Okay. All in favor, Mr. Ariano?
Aye.
Mr. Pena?
Aye.
Mrs. Guerra? Aye. Mr. Reeves?
Aye.
Mr. Ramon?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Motion passes. Thank you. On to item 5, the public comment. At this time, no one has signed up to speak during our public comment portion. On to item number 6, the superintendent's report.
Thank you all, and thank you for being out here, audience and people out in their homes watching virtually. Lots of recognitions tonight, so we'd like to invite Mr. Americo Perez to the podium, and we will start with our Alice High School cheer program.
Banana Board President, Dr. Trevino, Superintendent of Schools, Board of Trustees, invited guests, thank you very much. I'm Mr. Americo Perez, Finance Director of Alice ISD. Let's start off with recognizing our Alice High School cheer program and their wonderful accomplishment for their URL state performance that happened last month in Fort Worth, Texas. I'd like to call to the podium their cheer coaches, Ms. Jessica Cantu and Audrey Rodriguez.
Good evening, members of the board and community. I stand before you tonight with so much pride in our Alice High School cheerleaders and the way they represented Alice, Texas at the UIL Spirit State Championships this past January. For the 5th consecutive year, our program is state ranked. That consistency is not luck, it is commitment, discipline, and heart. This year, our squad placed 9th overall out of 78 teams in the 5A D2 division. To be in the top 10 among 78 of the best teams in Texas is an incredible accomplishment and a true testament to the standard these young ladies uphold every single day. Even more exciting, our band chant earned 3rd place out of the 78 teams in its category. That moment represented their energy, their creativity, and their pride in our school. They didn't just compete, they shined. What makes this achievement even more remarkable is who these young women are beyond the competition floor. The majority of our cheerleaders are multi-sport athletes. They split their time between cheer, volleyball, basketball, track, softball, and so many other athletic commitments. They practice before school, after school, and on weekends, constantly balancing multiple responsibilities with excellence. In addition to their athletic dedication, many of them are at the very top of their class. They thrive academically, they are honor students, leaders in the classroom, and role models on campus. They prove every day that you can pursue excellence in athletics while maintaining excellence in academics. And beyond sports and academics, they are deeply rooted in our community. They serve at events, volunteer their time, perform at countless functions, and represent our district with pride and integrity. They pour into Alice as Alice pours into them. To remain state ranked for 5 consecutive years speaks not only to their talent, but to the culture of our program. One built on accountability, resilience, discipline, and most importantly, love. They genuinely love each other. They support one another. And when they step onto that floor, they carry the heart of our community with them. We are incredibly proud of every single member of this team, proud of their work ethic, proud of their character, and proud of the way they represent our district. Thank you for your continued support of these remarkable young men and women. They truly make Alice shine. Now we will. Mercedes Aguirre. I believe it's gonna go in order of last name, if that helps. There's over 40 of them, guys, so bear with us. David Bolanos. Elijah Salinas. Michaela Aldama, co-captain. Maria Cantu. Even Castillo. Cami Cortez. Sophia Cortez. Haley Cruz. Angela Garcia.
Congratulations.
Janelle Garcia. Krista Garza. Genesis Gonzalez. Cameron Gonzalez. Sophie Gonzalez. Serenity Hernandez.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Co-captain Kalisa Longoria. Alizea Martinez. Jackie Martinez. Chloe Molina. Coco Monsivais.
Congratulations.
Avery Munoz. Maddie Pacheco.
Congratulations.
Maddie Padron.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ava Ramirez. Leandra Rodriguez. Mia Rubalcaba. Ellis Salinas. Savannah Solano. Savannah's not stopping. Kira Thomas.
Congratulations.
Peyton Timmons.
Congratulations.
Trinity Torres. Jordan Trafton.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Jason Rojo. Isabella Vasquez, and Peyton Acuña.
Good job.
And that is your 2005, 2006.
Students, I do want to add to this recognition, a certificate of recognition, and thanks to our cheer coaches for all dedication and hard work and appreciation they put into all their students. So I'd like to present the certificate to Ms. Jessica Cantu and Ms. Audrey Rodriguez. Thank you very much.
Fabulous job, girls. You all did amazing. Thank you, girls and boys. Ms. Rodriguez and Ms. Cantu, y'all are amazing too.
Thank you for your hard work.
I love the tradition that you have set. Ms. Cantu and Ms. Rodriguez, the tradition has to continue for another 5 years.
Look at the top three.
All right, I love that. It starts with a goal, so thank you. Mr. Bettis will continue with the WAMS band program.
Thank you very much, Dr. Trevino. I'd like to continue with some recognitions. I'd like to call to the podium our head middle school band director, Mr. Joe Murillo, to recognize our WAMS band students for their TBA region audition placements. Mr. Joe Murillo.
Good evening. I'm here to recognize the 23 WAM 7th and 8th graders who qualified for the region band. They were competing against over 400 kids. We had 23 make it, which is an awesome number. And we will start with them. First we have is Aiden Arismendes. Next we have Vivian Campbell.
Good job.
Next we have Aiden Cavazos. Next we have Emily Chapa. Next we have Carlos de los Santos. Next we have Amory Duarte.
No one even seen there. You're afraid.
Next we have Addison Escobar. Next we have Victoria Garcia unavailable. She has the flu right now. Next is Joaquin Gonzalez. Next one is Luke Joslin.
Congratulations.
Next we have Victoria Lopez. Next we have Angel Lopez. Next we have Amberlyn Martinez.
No more. So,
Next, we have Arabella Melton. Next, we have Matthew Moreno. Next, we have is Jose Antonio Ocañas. Next is Jaylin Ramirez.
Good job.
Congratulations.
Next, we have Ariana Ramirez.
Good job.
Next one is Elisha Ramos. Next is Valerie Robles. Next is Isela Rodriguez. Next, we have Brooke Romeo. Next is Dante Rosales. Kaylin Saldivar. Next one is Mila Sanchez.
congratulations.
Next one is Rusty Silva. We did have one student that was alternate that got put in Friday before we left. And she is not here right now, but Ms. Lelani Mejia was also one of the members of the Region Band as well. These are your 23
Good job.
middle school Region Band qualifiers.
Before we go to the picture, I would like to recognize our teachers, the certificate of recognition and most sincere appreciation for them working with all our students on a daily basis to help them succeed. I'd like to recognize Mr. Joe Murillo, Mr. Jaime Lopez, and she's not here tonight, Ms. Cristina Cadenas Villegas. Thank you all very much.
We can put one right here. Picture.
He's the whole.
Thank you. Great job, kids.
Good job.
Thank you, boys and girls. It starts in the middle school, the love of music, and our band program continues to excel at the high school. So parents, please continue to encourage your kids to participate in all our programs. Mr. Bettis will continue with the choir program.
Thank you very much, Dr. Villegas. Yeah, Board President, Dr. Trevino, Superintendent of Schools, Board of Trustees, invited guests. We'd like to now recognize our Alice High School Choir Program, and I call to the podium their teacher, Mr. Joel Hammond.
Superintendent, board, captain, invited guests, principals. It's a privilege to bring to you our one of our area candidates. We actually had two, but Peyton Acuna was unable to attend the audition because of her prior commitment to cheer. We have busy students, as you'll see when Matthew comes in. He's in the musical, he's in band, and he's in DI, and he's in FFA. So, but I would like to recognize for his hard work. Started off, went through the district round, went through the area round, went through the region round and qualified for area, and he placed 11th chair in the area. Unfortunately, we weren't able to break through to state, but we're very proud of his improvement. We're very proud of his efforts. So Matthew.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Before we get to the picture, I would like to the certificate of recognition and sincere appreciation to Mr. Joel Madden for all the work he does with not only Mr. Cannon, but all our students in our choir program. Thank you very much, Mr. Hammond, for all your projects.
Very proud of you. Good job. Thank you.
Great job, Matthew. Now we will have our high school band program, TMEA.
Thank you very much, Dr. Trevino. We'd like to recognize two individuals that TMEA audition for band process. Started off in mid-November, where they went to district auditions at Veterans Memorial in Corpus Christi, and they had to earn a chair there first, and then earn a qualifying spot to region. Went to region, which we had here in Dallas, Texas, in early December. And there at the region level, they had to earn a spot in the region band. They qualified for it. After that, not only earning a spot in the region band, but trying to earn a spot to the area round, which is very hard in TMEA. And we had two students advance to the Area G competition at Texas A&M University in Corpus Christi. We'd like to recognize first on oboe, Mr. Noah Rosenbaum, area band qualifier.
Congratulations.
Good job. Johnson. Congratulations.
And next, we would like to recognize for alto saxophone, Mr. Caleb Flores, area band qualifier.
A certificate for yourself.
How do you word this?
Certificate of recognition and appreciation to all the music band directors in AISD, and for them to Mr. Emmanuel Benz III.
Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all your support.
Good job, Chris. That is great.
Noah and Caleb, great job. Continue to excel in everything that you want to.
It's powerful. Another phone.
Oh, let me get out of the way.
Very proud. Thank you so much, everybody.
Later on the agenda, you will have the approval of any donations, but before we do this particular donation, I wanted to invite Miss Lori Trafton up to the podium because they received a nice donation from the Wyatt Ranch. And so I'd like for her to express her gratitude and the process that was taken, because $70,000 is a lot of money.
Yes, it is.
Good evening, Dr. Trevino, Board President, members of the board. We did receive a very generous donation from the Wyatt Ranches. So my first year, I had written to them, thinking it's a long shot, right? But what the heck? So I got a letter later on saying, sorry, not at this time. Okay, fine. So then I wrote another one, second semester, same thing. Fast forward, second year, write another one, same thing. Then last year, I was able to meet the foreman, Mr. Walter Mencius of the, I hope I'm saying this correctly, the Robles Division. And he came out for a presentation that we had. And he was very generous. Him and the other vaqueros came out and they did a presentation for our kiddos. And I can't say enough about them. They warmed our hearts. They really did a bunch of activities with our kiddos. And so then I wrote another letter at the beginning of the year. And again, I got an email saying, at this time, not right now. And so then I just couldn't help but get a feeling one day. I got a call. It was already like in the evening. I was by myself. And it was from Billy Wells. And so he said, what would you do with $60,000. And I was like, oh my God, right? I had so many ideas. And so he said, well, I need you to present in a couple of days. Get your stuff together and come out. So I went with Mandy Perez. Is she here with me? And so we went on a little adventure to the Wyatt Ranches in Villalipos. And I presented, and within a few minutes, they said that they were going to award sign $70,000. And he said, you'll have your check in 72 hours. And when Mr. Mencius came back, I couldn't help but feel that he was instrumental in making it happen. And so sure enough, I was told that he spoke very well of our campus, and he did help, with making sure that our voice was heard. And I was able to present in front of the Wyatt Ranch Sons and the foundation. And so we are very excited. We got our check, over a week ago. And so I'm going to show you what I presented to them. If you guys would like to just take a copy and pass it down. And so something that I want to really make sure people know about the Wyatt Ranches is that they are very big on ensuring that they're serving a very special student population. And something that I know that really spoke to them was our emergent bilingual population. And so they asked me, what were some of our plans that we had? And so I had this presentation. And so I want to say that at Science, we have a lot of things that are already in motion, and, we're very lucky. So what we're going to do with the money is to further enhance what we're already doing. So we have a few enhancements as far as furniture. I don't know if you guys are very familiar, but we also have an outdoor classroom that we recently got put in maybe in about October. And so we're going to be making that a little bit stronger. We're going to enhance our overall early foundational skills. So I presented all of this, and they just want to make sure that next year we give them our report card in December, and they're hoping to continue to see an overall increase. And we just can't be, more thankful. And their hospitality was like no other. So it was a really great experience. So, sure.
Thank you for always being an advocate for your students. I do, appreciate that. Most importantly, they appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have the recognition of our AISD school counselors. So I know that we have been celebrating our counselors. They are many times the voice that the kids don't have. And so I know many times the kids go to them for just advice and support. And so we're very grateful for our counselors. So Ms. Vasquez.
Good evening, Board President, board members, Dr. Trevino, and members of the committee. I am very honored and privileged tonight to recognize these school counselors. I will say that they do wear many hats. in each of their campuses. They are a mentor, they're an advocate leader, they're supporters, and they do make a meaningful difference in the lives of our students today, tomorrow, and in the future. By ensuring our students' social and emotional needs are met, they help lay the foundation for academic success and move us toward achieving an A rating. Thank you for the powerful impact you make in our schools and communities. So as I call you up, counselors, please come up and be recognized. The first one I have is Maricela de la Cruz, and she's at Alice High School. Next one is Marie Bronstein, and she's from William Adams Middle School. Next, I have Mireya Barrera from William Adams Middle School. Next, I have Carmela Ramos from Science Elementary. Next is Jalissa Sanchez from William Adams Middle School. Then I have Julia Garza from Alice High School. The last one I have is Marla Duran from Noonan Elementary. Okay, and those are our school counselors. First senior.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez, and thank you, counselors, again for all your work. Next, we have a great announcement from the Human Resources Department, so I invite Ms. Pineda up to share that with you.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Trevino, Superintendent of Schools, and Board of Trustees and audience. I have exciting news, and I'm so excited to announce and to inform you that the Texas Education Agency, TEA, informed Alice Independent School District that the 2025-2026 Teacher Incentive Allotment, TIA designations and submitted using the 2024-2025 teacher effectiveness data have been officially approved. Yes. Okay. TA congratulates Alice ISD on reaching these important milestones as our district continues to take meaningful steps to recognize, reward, and retain our most effective teachers. Over the past several years, Alice ISD has demonstrated consistent growth in TIA participation and impact. We started in 2022 to 2023 with 19 designated teachers. We retention rate of 80%, and it brought in 252,287. 2023 to 2024, we went up to 29 designated teachers with a total pay of $378,602 with a retention rate of 82%. For 2024, 2025, we ended up with 45 designated teachers with a total pay of $580,247 with a retention rate of 84%. And this year for 25-26, we're estimating for 57 designated teachers with a retention rate of 86%. Now, the final amount for the funds is projected and should be coming in around March, maybe early April, around that time. So this achievement, and the only reason for that is because at this time, right now, we're estimating between maybe 49 because some of our teachers moved up. Maybe they were recognized and they moved up to be exemplary, or they went from exemplary to being master teachers. So good job to each and every one of you. This achievement reflects the dedication, instructional excellence, and commitment of our educators, our leaders across the district. Congratulations to each and every one of our teachers, our principals, and everyone who contributed to the success of the Teacher Incentive Allotment Program in Alice ISD. Good job to each and every one of you.
So again, congratulations to our teachers, and it's great because this year we did add special ed and the reading specialist. So, hopefully more teachers will end up qualifying as the years progress and the students continue to have success. Next, we have the Fine Arts Department, and you see a lot of the handbooks there. So, there's 8 handbooks under the direction of the Fine Arts Department. So, Mr. Bettis, please share any changes for the coming school year.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Superintendent of Schools, Ms. Mayor, Board President, Board of Trustees, and guests. On behalf of the Elizabeth School District Fine Arts Department, we are presenting 8 fine arts handbooks for 2026-2027 school year. These handbooks have been carefully reviewed and updated in preparation of the coming school year to ensure clarity, consistency, and alignment with district expectations. In particular, I would like to highlight 3 additions to the William Adams Middle School cheer handbook. First, on page 3, the squad composition has been revised. The team will now consist of a maximum of 24 students from 7th and 8th grade. During competition, 20 students will perform on the mat, and 4 alternates will remain on standby. This adjustment reflects an increase of 4 from this current school year, and it was made in response to student injuries and the need to ensure adequate backups during competitions and/or events. Second, on page 8, competition and showcases have been formally added as recognized performance events. This component was not included in the 25-26 handbook and now provides clear guidance regarding expectations and participation in these events. Please note that all associated fees will remain the same for the upcoming school year. Finally, on page 14, an additional infraction has been added under level 1 in the Code of Conduct and Discipline section to further clarify behavioral expectations and accountability. In addition to these updates, we are excited to introduce a newly developed handbook, the Alice Theater Handbook, under the direction of Ms. Tammy Rakowitz, who holds high expectations for excellence, accountability, and student growth. Our theater division continues to raise the standard for performance and academic achievement within our district. Each handbook presented this evening is fully aligned with district policies, including grading guidelines, discipline procedures, consequences, and the student code of conduct. Our goal is to ensure that all fine arts programs operate with consistency and integrity while supporting the overall mission and vision of our district. With more than 1,300 students in grades 6 through 12 actively participating in a fine arts program, these handbooks serve as essential guides for students and families. They outline expectations, promote responsibility, and help maintain the high standards that contribute to the success of our programs. For accountability and partnership with families, every student is required to have a parent or guardian review, sign, and return the handbook acknowledgement form to their fine arts teacher. This ensures that expectations are clearly communicated and understood by all stakeholders. We are grateful for your continued support of the Alice ISD Fine Arts Department. The impact of these handbooks extends to over 1,300 students, and your support allows us to continue providing structured, meaningful, and high-quality fine arts experiences for every student we serve. Thank you for your time and unwavering commitment to all our students. Any questions?
These are very clear and specific, so I love that.
Thank you very much.
The next item, Madam President, if we may, we have gotten a request to move item 6E1, which is the annual financial report, to be moved up a little bit because we do have different commitments after this meeting. So if it's okay with you, I'd like to invite Mr. Hernandez up to present the audit report findings for the year. Welcome to Alice, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you so much. So many fast moving events tonight. We're gonna talk finances, so slow it down to a speed hand, so I apologize. Everyone should have a copy of the audit report. I'd like to begin on page 18, if you will. And as you turn to page 18 and 19, actually, for the record, the auditor's opinion is unmodified, and that translates into a clean opinion. Again, page 18 and 19. This is your statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balances for your governmental funds. And this is for the year ended August 31st, 2025. The first column is your general fund. This is your primary operating fund. I will guide you down with the account numbers to the left side. The first one being account 5020. These were total revenues of $46,381,501. Account 6030 were your expenditures, $45,903,311. So your revenues exceeded expenditures by $478,490. Now hereafter, on account 8911, you transferred out $1,905,000. So account 1200, your general fund is decreasing by $1,426,510. Now you started with a fund balance of $20,332,945. So you're ending with a fund balance of $18,906,435. Any questions? Yes, very good. In spite of the decrease, you're still very healthy fund balance of almost $19 million. So yes, a fist pump for that. Any questions? If not, real quickly, let's jump to page 61.
And if I may, that decrease, we purchased the transportation company.
This is when I drop the mask here. Okay, page 61 is exhibit G1. What you're looking at here is your general fund actual compared to your budget. And specifically the column to the far right-hand side, beginning with account 0011. This begins all your expenditures by function. You'll note that all the variances are positive because they're not in brackets. So of course, with the exception of function 72, but that had to do with something we did as an audit adjustment. Otherwise, every function came in under budget. Account 6030, that's in compliance with state law, and your positive fund balance was $713,437. Any questions on this? Lastly, pages 13 and 14, if you will. 13 and 14. At the bottom of page 13 and 14. So typically when we make a presentation, we'll present financial statements on what is called modified accrual accounting. Basically, that's what you're used to seeing when you see your budget presentations on a monthly basis. So modified accrual is closest to cash accounting, but not quite. Now, when you're looking at page 13 and 14, it converts to what is called full accrual accounting. And this is comparable to financial statements that any for-profit organization or entity presents its financial statements. That being said, at the bottom of both pages, your total net position is $42,767,879. So what is net position? You can say it's your net worth or your net equity of the entire school district. Almost $43 million. Again, a very strong position. Any questions? The remainder of the report, as in the past, is comparable. Nothing's changed. There's no impact as far as any findings or internal control deficiencies. So overall, a very good report, and understand that you planned this and you did better than you planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettis. Later on this evening, we will ask for you all to approve the audit report. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good night.
Next, we have a presentation and an academic update from both Ms. Delana Duches and Principal Samira Massey from Noonan Elementary.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Dr. Trevino, members of the audience. This evening, I will be sharing a brief update on assessments and CCMR progress for our class of 2026. And then I will be turning it over to Noonan Principal, Mrs. Massey, for a Noonan academic update. So starting off with assessments, in the first week of December, students who were needing to retake one or more of their end of course exams had the opportunity to meet their graduation requirements during the December 25 administration. As you'll see in the data that we have here, a few years ago, we did have significant numbers of students in that position of needing to retest at each of the administrations. So it has been a goal to reduce that number of students who are in that position. And of course, there's two parts of it. One part is what we've been working toward, just as a whole, is, improving the number of students who are passing the first time. So every time you see those numbers going up, we have more and more students who are passing on their first attempt. But the second piece of that is finding better ways to support those students who are needing to retest in order to do a better job preparing them and meeting their specific needs so that they can be successful on the next attempt that they make. So you can see how some of these efforts that we've been making in those areas are reflected in this data. There's still work to do, but we are heading at the right direction. So an example, starting with Algebra 1, if you look at the very bottom row, that was the December administration in 2023. We had 126 students who were needing to retest Algebra 1 in December during that year. Out of those 126, that 62 you see in the number remaining column, those were students that rolled into spring again, having to continue retesting and taking another attempt in spring. If you look at December 25, what we just had, those numbers were down to 43 students testing for Algebra 1 retest. And we have 20 students that will be rolling into spring needing a retest. English 1 numbers in December 23, we had 142 students who were needing to retest in December. And over 100 of those were still remaining going into spring. So this year, it was 90 English 1 students with 58 rolling into spring. And then English 2, December 23 was 91 with 68 still testing in spring. And then this year it was 76 and 44. So we are working hard to continue reducing those numbers and helping our students, our first-time testers, be successful the first time around, and our students who are working on retesting to increase the opportunities for them to pass. So for bio and US history, you can see in both of those, we are down to single digits that will be retesting in spring. And that is definitely the direction we want to be going with all of them, and really making sure we're supporting all those students. As a side note on US history, December 25, of those 26 kids who tested, there were 10 that were actually first-time testers. For the US history, if they took dual credit and they completed their dual credit history in summer or the fall semester, they go ahead and take their US history test for the first time then. So some of those students were actually first-time testers. Next, we move into our spring testing season. And we actually just closed our district benchmark 2 window this past Friday. So everybody has been very busy working on digging into that data, trying to work out and finesse out of it all of the areas of strength, areas of challenge. We will be meeting at the principal meeting this coming Thursday on the 19th to do the big deep dive of the data and really look at the planning and the next instructional moves to support the kids in those really targeted areas where we see that maybe they might need that. So we're really looking forward to that, being able to take the data and make some decisions and move forward in the best way possible for our kids between now and STAR. You may have heard of some of the students who took an RLE field test from our elementaries. So this was a required state assessment. The state they didn't request, they told us that DuBois 3rd and 5th grade students and Noonan, Science, and Shallard 4th grade students were required to complete this field test. For the field test, it's shorter than the regular STAR, but it's a series of questions that basically the state is testing out for future assessments. So we are required to give it. Unfortunately, we get no results from that. So it just feeds into the testing system. Yeah. On this one in the center, you will see the National Assessment of Educational Progress. This is another assessment that we were chosen for, Alice ISD, this year. You may have heard about the nation's report card. When you hear on the news or read about it, where they talk about how US students are doing in reading and math comparatively, and you might wonder, well, where are they getting this data? Well, this year, our students are going to actually be participating in that data. We have 50 8th grade students that will be testing math and reading NAEP this Thursday, and we have 50 12th grade students that will be testing. We were not able to choose students. We upload our whole roster. And then the program chooses the 50 students and lets us know who those students are going to be that are going to be testing. So the next time those results come out, our students will actually have been a part of that data. Then we also, as we move into state testing season, we have 2 of our alternate assessments here. We have our TELPAS assessment on the left, which opened on February 16th. And closes the window on March 27. And that's the state assessment that's focused on English language proficiency for our emergent bilingual students from grades K through 12. So these are our student numbers of those that are going to be testing. Some of those numbers might look a little different than the ones Mr. Salazar put up because this is specific to the ones who are testing. So for example, pre-K doesn't test, our monitored students do not test. So we have almost 100 students that are going to be taking that assessment. And kinder and 1st grade, it's a holistic test. So we have teachers that are assigned as raters. They go through a rater training. They have to pass a calibration for that. And then they rate the students based on a rubric. From 2nd grade on through 12th grade, they actually take an online assessment. And those assessments are based on the areas of reading, writing, listening, and speaking in the English language. Then on the far right, we have our STAR Alt 2, and you see we have a little over 100 students who will be taking that assessment during that window. STAR Alt is the alternate state assessment for eligible special ed students. So while the majority of our special ed students take STAR, we do have this 116 students who have met the eligibility criteria to take STAR All 2. So in light of these special assessments that some of our students take, we do monitor the progress of those students. We have our meetings where we actually go to the campuses several times throughout the year and meet with the staff at the campuses and just make sure that we review what are the instructional plans, what are the support plans, look at student progress, look at student goal setting, and just make sure that we're doing everything we possibly can to help these 200 students who take these assessments just as much as any of the other assessments that we have. STAR season is starting in April. So we do now have the actual date set for all the campuses and subjects. So this table here is just giving when the initial administration for each of these groups is going to be. So you have a column for elementary, William Adams, and then high school. Elementary, it's all the elementaries do their reading April 18th, science the 15th, math the 23rd. But then the high school and WAMs are kind of broken up by subject and even grade level at WAMs. WAMs does give the most state assessments of any of the campuses. They have 14 assessments that they're giving between the EOCs and the regular STAR. They have a pretty heavy load. And then finally, moving into our college career and military readiness. And Mr. Salazar was showing, some of the growth on this. This has been an exciting area. So this is the progress as of February for the class of 2026. So our current 12th graders, they are working toward an overall goal of 95%. So that is where they would like to end the year. At the very bottom, you can see that they are currently at 67% already as of February. And then there's a breakdown there by some of the different departments or student populations. And as you can see, there are several that are over 50%, into 70, 80, 98%. So everybody at the high school is working very hard with all of their students and supporting their students in making sure that they meet their goals in those areas. And the 2026 class of 2026 CCMR results will end up going into 2027 accountability because it always lags a year. Any questions on any of those portions? Okay, then I am very pleased to introduce our Noonan principal, Mrs. Samira Massey, and she is going to be sharing some of the exciting things going on at Noonan Elementary this year. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Madam President, Dr. Trevino, community members, and especially our Noonan staff who are here in support today. I'm Samira Massey, and I am the principal of Noonan Elementary. I'm proud to share our Noonan update with you today. So our philosophy shapes everything that we do. The main philosophy for Noonan is that when we take care of people first, numbers follow. So in order for us to take care of people first, we need to know who our people are. So I have some general information here. On our campus, we have a grand total of 584 people, that's adults and students, and we take care of all of them because together we become successful. For the student enrollment, we are currently at 511 students with 93.2%, which is 476 economically disadvantaged students. About 20% of our students are part of special education programs, and 33% of our students are homeless. For our GT 504 emergent bilingual, 33 students. Yes, I'm sorry, did I say percent? Yeah. Thank you, 33 students, appreciate that. For our GT 504 emergent bilingual and military students, these all run under 5% of our total population. Currently, we have 29 staff members who are certified, 3 of which are under the District of Innovation working on their certifications. We have 6 certified special education teachers and 10 support staff as paraprofessionals for our special education program. We are also taking care of the well-being of 7 cafeteria staff and 5 custodial staff. So when we look at these numbers, we might think, oh, some people might look negatively at this. I don't. I'm very excited about our population. This is a wonderful opportunity for us. Sometimes people frame things as, that's a high eco dis. And to me, I'm very excited about it because our philosophy is that we have the ability and capacity to change lives. And so here we have a lot of opportunity, and I'm excited to share some of the ways in which we are impacting these students and adults. So in order for us to change lives, we have to maintain high expectations. For Alice to have an A, Noonan Elementary needs to have an 88 for our rating this year, which would be up from 76 last year. And we keep these high expectations because people will rise to the expectations that we set. So when we look at our data, I want to kind of walk you through how we are already progressing toward these goals and these high expectations. And this is really a testament to our students' hard work and our staff's hard work and our heart. I think it's appropriate that this is right after Valentine's Day because we really do things with heart at Noonan. So if we want to look at the right-hand column, this is the latest benchmark that we took for RLA. And you can see that that was in January of 2026. The dark green boxes represent the percentage of students who have already surpassed the performance level that we were at the end of the year last year in our STAR assessment. So for 3rd grade, I'm proud to announce that we have currently, as of January, 83% of our 3rd grade RLA students are at approaches, whereas last year it was 58%. We have 5% at masters, whereas last year it was at 4%. For our 4th grade, we have 69% at approaches and 40% at meets, again, whereas last year, at the end of the year, we were at 64% and 39% respectively. For 5th grade, at all performance levels, we have already exceeded where we were last year at the end of the year, with 73% at approaches, 49% at meets, and 20%, which is double of where we were at the end of last year at masters. The light green indicates that we have made growth from the first benchmark, and importantly, I'd like to show that our 3rd grade meets is 30%, which was only 2 shy of where we were at the end of last year. We still have work to do, and we are 2 months away from our end of the year assessment. I'm excited about the progress that we're making. For science, our district benchmark 2 shows growth from benchmark 1 with 36% at approaches as opposed to 23% at benchmark 1 and 9% at meets. We do currently still have some math data pending because as Ms. Tunches, I was going to say, as Ms. Tunches pointed out, the assessment window just closed on Friday. So we want to dig into that and have it accurate before anything is reported. I am really excited about this part right here because we are a campus of collectiveness and we rise as a district and as a campus together. So I want to take kind of a macro level view of our campus's performance. On the right-hand column, you have all grades and all subjects from benchmark 2, and on the very left, we have all grades and all subjects from the end of the year STAR assessment last year. Again, with the dark green, those are percentage of students at those performance levels that have already exceeded last year. So I'd like to start off with our special education population, which we know is an area that as a district we are working on, and it's an area that's really important for us at Noonan because we change lives. So this is very important for us. We already are sitting at 41% of all of our assessed students, every grade, every subject at approaches. Last year, at the end of the year, we were at 34%. So we're seeing some great growth with our special education population. For our special education students who are at meets,
we're already sitting at 20%, whereas last year at the end of the year, we were at 15%. And if you look at masters, we're already where we were at the end of last year with 2 more months to go. When we look at all of our population, you'll see that it's light green, and it's an improvement from district benchmark 1, but it's also so close to where we were at the end of last year. Taste it. So if you look at the percentage of students at performance level of approaches, with all students, we are looking at 64%. At the end of last year, we were at 65. So we're 1% shy with 2 more months to go. 32% last year was 39, and then 11% at masters last year at the end of the year was 13. So we are right there on the cusp. And the way we are at Noonan is we're never done and we're never satisfied. So we're very happy and have our 20 seconds of celebration for the progress that we've made. And it just makes the drive that much harder, more like we want it even more. And really, like I said, we're a team, so we want it for us and for Alice. So I want to kind of talk about how this came to be and how we support Noonan and Alice ISD. So it starts with me, as we all know, and we're doing this by creating a foundation for the pillars of success: character, leadership, academics, and service. So when I say it starts with me, I mean it starts with the administrative team, because me at Noonan means us. So we model as an administrative team, and we monitor what we value. So we practice what we preach and we monitor it. From the beginning of the year, based on the data from last year, we had an action plan that consisted of PLCs, which are sessions where we can deliver and analyze data or provide detailed support and thank you, planning, yes, and detailed support for instructional practices and strategies. We have facilitated planning. We adhere to the HQIM, which is our high quality instructional materials, and then staff developments as needed based on the data that we collect, which is from walkthroughs, observations, providing specific feedback, our data digs, and our goal setting. So at the beginning of this year, this was more of a campus-wide, kind of a macro level plan that we had. It was looking at campus, grade, subject level. As we refined the action plan based on the benchmark data that we've had, we have continued to do the same things that were successful from our original action plan, but we've refined the action plan. And it's really refined just by narrowing our focus from that macro level to a micro level. And what I mean by that is that we've now moved our focus. We still look at the campus and the subjects, but we've narrowed it down even more to individual teachers, individual students, individual TEKs, and individual questions that students might be struggling with. And then we adapt and we respond to what we're seeing in the data on that micro level. So again, that's continuing our data digs, but on a more refined level. Our students and our teachers have set specific goals for themselves and collectively, as well as, again, the campus and grade level. We've implemented shared trackers, so we track that data, but importantly, because this is a collaborative effort, the data trackers are shared because we are all responsible for all of our students' success at Noonan. So there are no secrets, which is great because our special education staff then sees the students' goals and how those students are progressing, which I think is part of what has led us to be so successful thus far. We are implementing co-teaching as an administrative team, and our administrative team gets together weekly after school to report out curriculum, instructional findings, and then our next steps. So we're keeping a tight monitoring and feedback on that. As part of this, we have defined roles on our campus for the administrative team and yet collective responsibility. So the defined roles for myself, I focus on reading language arts in the upper grades, so that's where I do the co-teaching, and I focus a lot more time on the planning. Having said that, it's collective responsibility, so we all as an administrative team still do walkthroughs, still participate in the PLCs, and still do planning. It's just that that's my area, that's my pet project.
For Dr. De La Rosa, who is our dean, her focus is the upper grade math. She brings a wealth of experience in math, and it's the same thing, co-teaching, and then really diving into the data with them. Again, it's shared, so we all are on the same page, and it's shared with the non-math teachers in the grade level and the other administrators. Dr. Reyes focuses on reading at the lower grades and then special education, and then our counselor, our amazing counselor, Marla Duran, does reading intervention with our upper grade students who are missing some of those basic reading skills to help with comprehension. And she's been enormous in that. We've seen a lot of growth with those students. So when we say we do this together, it's got to be through a culture of connection. And that's one of the things that we have been very intentional about. So we've increased our family events already by 7. We've maintained everything we've done last year, but we've added 7, such as Trunk or Treat in October. We had a Polar Express movie night in December, which was the first time Noonan has had a movie night. We are having a 5th grade graduation on May 28th, which is also a Noonan first. And we've already had 3 principal family parent meetings, 1 in the fall semester and 2 in the spring semester. We will have a spring field day as well in May. We've done some collaborative projects with community, family, and staff, such as installing a pebble walkway. You can see the picture of the little crew at the top who helped with that. Painting things around campus and gardening. And I just want to say this is not anything that it was about being invested and providing an opportunity for people to come in and do something hands-on for the campus, because our maintenance staff is wonderful. So this is not a case of things were not done. This was a case of we wanted to give people the opportunity to have ownership. We did have our first staff New Year's dinner, and we're doing American Sign Language micro lessons with the students, because that's part of connectedness and inclusivity when you have students who are hard of hearing or deaf. So these things help build a culture of character and leadership. We have a student council with 34 students. TEPSA, Student Leadership Conference, we sent 8 of those students to that. And we have student docents for assemblies and events. 6 students have been selected from 4th through 5th grade who are not your student council. It's opportunities for others. And then we have a campus roundtable as well with our students. We focus on academics by focusing on the heart and people first. So that connection, the other pillars. So we have one rule, and that's focus on learning. To do that, we focus on social, emotional, academic. We cheer each other on. It's not just our own learning, but each other's learning and each other's success. So I've already spoken a bit about data digs, goal setting, and monitoring, but students are responsible for setting their own goals and monitoring their own goals as well. And I'm going to skip to kind of the bottom bullet there. As holding them accountable for that and monitoring it, I actually sit down with them one-on-one and do progress checks where we discuss their grades, discuss their attendance, discuss their goals, what challenges they're having, and then really importantly, give encouragement and feedback and candy. To reinforce, and they love it. As an example, today I had a 1st grader stop me to say all of his grades on his report card, and I was so proud of him because this is actually a student in special education. His grades have gone up and has several higher grades, so very proud of him. But they know their grades, they know what they're working toward. And I had a bunch of 5th graders stop me and talk to me about their benchmark score and who had the most growth. And so it's wonderful that this is part of our culture. I do want to say that new this year, we're going to have student-led parent-teacher conferences where students go over their own data with their parents. That's holding them accountable and having them do those data talks and thinking for themselves. We had 6 students compete in the Coastal Bend Science Fair this weekend on Valentine's, and we're very proud of them as well. It was a great Noonan represented very well. I'm proud of them. And then really importantly, I say it starts with me. And by that, I mean us and administration, but central office is central to that. And I'm always really grateful for central office's support when they come in their 6-week instructional support visits, and I can tell them, hey, this is what we're working toward. Can you give me some feedback on this? Tell me what you notice. And they're part of the team. And that's one thing that we're making sure we continue on our campus is that teamwork between central office and the campus level. And they're always on call for data or instructional support. Literally pick up the phone, Delana, and then there she is. So we appreciate that. All right, so we have a culture of service. You've probably heard that Noonan is a very giving campus. And here's some of the ways that we've given back this year. This is not an exhaustive list, but of course we donated food to the Coastal Bend Food Bank. We did a money drive for Coastal Bend and Share Your Christmas. We earned first place from Channel 3 for that, for rural schools. We continued to donate supplies for Purple Door, and those are families who are going through some domestic crisis. And we're currently in the midst of fundraising through coins with Ronald McDonald House. Part of what makes us grow and successful is building a culture of recognition, because that success breeds more success. So some ways that we've done this on our campus are this year, each month we've been recognizing a teacher and a staff member of the month. We also, and so they get a certificate and some public recognition and some flowers and our appreciation. And then we recognize and celebrate behavior, attendance, and academic improvement. So some ways in which we've done that, just as an example, I'm a person who's very much about growth, and I'm just gonna say, I was not a perfect student, so I identify very well with some of our population, and I do believe in celebrating growth. So we had students last year who were truants, and this year have had perfect attendance. So we definitely recognized them and got them a special lunch. So we do things like that as well. It's not always about perfect attendance. And it's really just, again, encapsulating our philosophy that success for Alice ISD means that it starts with me and it starts with Noonan, because if we're all moving together, then Alice will be successful and the numbers will take care of themselves. If there are any questions you have, I'm happy to answer them. Good job.
Keep up the great work.
We're excited when I'm done. Thank you. Yeah, and thank you for being here. That's
If we could
fantastic.
please stand and be recognized. That support does mean a lot. Thank you all so much. And next we have a short presentation from Leanna, really quickly.
It's gonna take like 5 seconds. Good evening again, board president, board members, our Trevino audience. Tonight I bring to you the student services update for February. I'm gonna start off with the January district attendance. As you will see in 24-25, we were at 91.92%. For the 25-26 school year, we ended at 89.57% with a negative 2.35% decrease. Now, while this does reflect a slight decrease, much of this was due to the cases of the flu, stomach virus that's been going on. We do have a waiver that we're bringing tonight to you, 26 for the weather. With that, if you all do approve it, that will help increase some of this percentage for this school year. Our monthly attendance revenue loss analysis for January for 24-25 was $195,562.89. This year was $250,404, which put us at a negative $54,841.11. Now, while this does represent an increase in our revenue loss compared to last year, we still remain focused on our proactive attendance support, student wellness, and family connections to help recover and strengthen attendance in the months ahead. Personal device pickups, I think the last time I reported to y'all was up until November. I am showing you the first semester for high school. From August to December, we had 290 cell phone pickups for that first semester. 48 were earbuds, 9 were smartwatches, 1 game system, for a total of 348 personal devices that were picked up. I will say that out of all the devices that were picked up, 276 of those, which was at 79%, was a first offense. 15% was second offense. Then in January, the high school had 36 cell phone pickups, 4 earbuds, 2 smartwatches at 42 personal device pickups. February, as of last Friday, was 27 cell phones, 4 earbuds, 2 smartwatches, and 1 game system, with a total of 34. At the middle school, they had for the first semester 45 cell phone pickups, 2 earbuds, 1 game system for 48 personal device pickups. They had 95% first offense. For January, they had 15 cell phone pickups, no earbuds or game systems, and in February, 5 cell phone pickups as of last Friday. So the schools are still continuing to push this and make sure that our students are learning and not on their cell phones. And that is all I have. Questions?
Any questions for Mr. Kabala regarding safety? If not, Melissa, you can come up to the podium real quick just to give an update.
Good evening, members of the audience, members of the board, and Dr. Trevino. I did provide you guys with the monthly report on revenues and expenditures for our 3 major funds. Do you guys have any questions on that? If not, I'm going to move on to my second item. Which is the bond project budget update. I did provide reports for you guys in your packets for your review, but what I really did want to mention up here is that we already started selling our pavers for the new stadium. And so our communications department put a video together with some of our high school students to help promote the sales of these pavers. So I'm going to play the video for you real quick.
Coyote Nation, this is our moment. Alice ISD invites you to be a part of something bigger at the brand new Memorial Stadium, a place where memories are made and legacies live on.
Now you can leave your mark with the commemorative brick paver at the stadium entrance. At the Coyote Fieldhouse, pavers will honor football, soccer, and track and field athletes and coaches who have helped build China tradition.
Each personalized brick tells a story. Your family, your class, your favorite Alice Coyote. And every single one helps shape the future.
For $500, your legacy lives on forever, with 100% of proceeds supporting scholarships for Alice ISD students. This is more than a brick. It's pride, it's tradition, it's Alice.
Leave your legacy at Memorial Stadium. Go Coyotes!
Leave your legacy. Buy and pay for your Memorial Stadium paver today at www.bricksrs.com/donorsite/AliceISD. Each 4x8 brick paver is $500 and includes 3 lines of text with 18 characters per line. All proceeds go toward Alice ISD scholarships.
And so we really encourage the community to buy these pavers since 100% of the proceeds does go to scholarships for the students. And so finally, the last item on my list is the report on the bond interest that's been earned. So far, we have earned a little over $2 million of interest revenue on our 2024 bond funds. So do y'all have questions on any of these items?
How many bricks have we sold?
That I am not too sure of.
We just sold our first brick today this afternoon.
We gotta put it out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. The first paper was sold to STR Towing.
FTR Towing.
And so, next we have Michael and Tim to give us an update on the stadium and any facility updates. So Mike, before Tim starts, you want to put one on the facilities? Tim, you ready after him?
Yep.
All right.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Reno, board, audience. I want to first of all say that the district is going to be issuing a request for qualifications, an RFQ to solicit proposals for qualified consultants to conduct comprehensive roof assessment across Alice ISD campuses. The initial campus selected for the assessment will be Alice High School, and additional campuses will be assessed in phases following the completion of the initial evaluation there at Alice High School. Moving forward, my operations progress report. We've been riding around with Dr. Reno, myself, Ms. Mel, Melissa, sorry, and Coach Kim Kubala to better beautify our campuses. And with that being said, to better maintain our school campus facilities, we're addressing key areas of need to help beautify our district. The following projects are currently underway. So in the back, here are some pictures. Dr. Vina noticed that right away. That's a loading dock to food service cafeteria. I guess a box truck backed up and obviously hit that. And within a week, that was the end result. We got somebody to come out and fix that as soon as possible. There's another picture there with the A there in front of the complex of Alice High School gymnasium. To better enhance and beautify that area was just growth, weeds growing there. So put some turf there around the A and put some landscape rocks there to beautify that area.
The kids are taking pictures on there.
Thank you, Kim Kubala. He took over this, he rolled with it right away. Dr. Vina was like, we need to replace some of those signs. I think they've been here since inception date for the school. So he threw in a little idea and put the mascot for each campus there. So little things, these are kind of, I call them punch lists, not really a big thing, but food service around the cafeteria, they have those little areas where they put their, for custodial crates and things as such. And some of them picks were missing, so Dr. Vina noticed that right away. And so we addressed that right away and got some of that area cleaned up too. The potholes throughout our campus, we were already going around and replacing those, filling those potholes, so. I think that's all that. Okay, and moving forward, some of the other areas we're gonna address are painting faded outdoors and other worn areas around the campuses. Removing rusted poles and cables at the back of the student parking lot entrance and replacing it with a brand new chain link fence. Power washing high school, WAMs, and other selected areas of our elementary campuses. Replacing safety signage, as you can see right here, along with lighting throughout campus facilities. I don't know if that picture came out. That was it. Okay. Yeah, so the high school, we put some new lighting underneath there and I really enhanced.
Dr. Cantu sends me pictures.
Right. So safety first, right? Repainting fire lanes to entrance safety and being in compliant with that. Replacing screens at the WAMS tennis courts. Replacing screens at WAMS, installing new window wraps at WAMS cafeteria. Applying weed control treatments around parking lots and expansion joints at all the campuses, facilities, and buildings. Removing outdated unnecessary signage posts throughout the district. And of course, these efforts reflect on the ongoing commitment to maintaining clean, safe, and welcoming learning environments for our students, staff, and community. And of course, we continue to address AC and heating throughout the district. And I continue my daily visits to the stadium for district support. So I appreciate your time and y'all got any questions?
Well, I noticed the signs at WAMS, the principals parking, the no trespassing. It's nice. I like it.
Thank you.
That was a great idea.
It's a team effort. I'm blessed, with the team that I have, and also, when it comes down to it, those guys are always there for us, and my hat's off to them. They day in and day out without griping. They just do what they gotta do in order to have some kind of input and staff and making it happen and driving toward that day. So thank you for your support.
Good job, Mike.
Appreciate it.
Good evening, people of the audience, Dr. Trevino, board members. I'm Tim Glinzer. I'm the project manager for Weaver and Jacobs. We are the general contractor for the stadium. Just a little progress report for y'all this evening. We'll move on. I kind of show this every single time, just kind of the overview of the stadium. Got left side, home side, got field house up north, and then the visitors concession stand down south. This is the overall picture. In the middle is obviously the football field, got press box to the left, that's the home side, and field house north of that. Here's another view, kind of more of the field house, and kind of get an overview of what's going on the actual playing surface right now. and just a overall site view. We'll start with building A. Nothing real has changed there. We received the actual veneer CMU last week, Monday, and the grout showed up Friday of last week. So we should actually see some production going on with those concession stands now, starting this week. There's another view of it. And then this is the press box, which structural studs or structural steel is about 98% done. We have 2 stair landings that go on the side of the press box we still have to put in. We got to finish exterior metal studs and sheathing before that happens. We're about 98% done on the metal studs. The exterior sheeting is about 90% done. There's about 80% of the exterior waterproofing that is completed. Electrical and plumbing rough-in is about 90% done. Overhead sprinkler pipe is rough-in is ongoing. Second floor interior partitions are complete as of just the framing, not the actual sheathing itself. The roof, it has been completed as of being dried in, so we can actually work or hang sheetrock in there now. Roof blocking is going in right now. Curtain walls started today. That's the big giant windows that, go on the front side of the press box, which is pretty exciting. And then the elevator CMU, which you can see on that picture to your left, is about 50% done. And then soffit framing and sheathing is ongoing. Spray foam, there's a little bit of spray foam down on the first floor, on the bottom of the deck of the second floor that was completed last week. And then interior sheetrock is ongoing. I don't know if you can see that in the middle photo. They've started on that with the roof being dried in now. They're able to proceed with that work. This is just kind of an overview of the outside of the press box. As you can see, the big opening, that's where the curtain wall goes. They started on that framing today. We should have glass middle of this week and hopefully be wrapped up with that big curtain wall and be almost 100% dried in for the press box, second floor, end of the week, maybe next week. So that's kind of an overview of that. Another view of it from the Sutherland side, looking at it, waterproofing has gone in. You can tell there's some red up there. That's plywood for the lettering that's going to go on the face of the press box. That's completed. Move on. That is the roof, which they're dried in 100% right now. Just have a little touch-up detail work that they're working on right now. Another view of press box and kind of an overview of, the field and the press box. Building C kind of runs with building A. We were waiting on block. That showed up last week. We should start seeing some production on that here pretty soon. Another overview of building C. And then building D, which is the field house. Structural steel is about 98% done. MEP rough-in is ongoing as, CMU walls go up. So does the rough-in. The overhead, same thing, that's ongoing with CMU walls. The exterior CMU, that's not the veneer, it's just the actual structure. The gray block is complete, and then interior CMU is ongoing. Exterior roof parapet, which I'll show another photo of parapet walls that go on the roof, that's ongoing. And then framing and sheathing is ongoing as well for that parapet. The exterior sheeting waterproofing is to begin middle of this week, and then also roofing, once they get everything kind of detailed out at the press box, they'll move over to the field house and start getting that dried in. Here's another overview. You can kind of see the yellow sheathing off to the left, kind of in the middle, off to the left and right. That's that parapet wall. We need that in order to get the building dried in. That's ongoing. And then same thing with building E, waiting on block for that. That came in last week, so we should see some production on that. Real big changes have happened since our turf subcontractor has been on site. As far as, sites going on, bleacher foundations are ongoing. The helical piers for the bleachers are about 80% done, I would say. And then they are coming in this week to start doing the actual footings and columns for the bleachers itself. Track and the actual turf, I'll show another picture, but that's going fairly quick right now. They're on their finished stone or drain stone for the turf right now, which that's like the final piece before you actually come in with the turf. And then the track, you can see to the left, that's a concrete curb that goes all the way around the track field and the actual turf field. They're moving fairly quick on that. Parking lot lights, I don't know if y'all have seen them, they're starting to go up. We've finished the concrete columns for that and all the underground rough end is going in for the light poles. Move on to another. This is just kind of an overview. You can kind of see the middle of the field. That's where the turf goes. That's the finished stone and or drain stone. The underground utilities for that is all done. That's, like I said, final finished product for the actual turf. Once that's all graded out and compacted, then we're just at turf. And then the track, they got the base going down. That'll be the last thing after they get the middle part done. And then they'll be ready for surfacing. Here's another overview of that. They've been moving pretty good. The concrete curbs is probably the most time consuming thing because that's a lot of square footage. 12-inch concrete curb that they got put all the way around it and try to manage a bunch of loads of dirt and such, getting that in and out without, obviously ruining the concrete curb.
Is that limestone or caliche?
There's caliche on the track, and then it's
the field.
It's like crushed granite, more or less, or I guess you can call it limestone. Yeah. That's that, and then there's just kind of an overview of parking lot lights going up. Our plan is to get a dirt contractor back out to move basically everybody over there and start the actual base for the parking lot on that side because we don't want to put the turf in with all that dirt over there, get the turf all dirty. We don't want to do that. So we're going to start trying to put some paving down over here on this.
And what side is that?
Parking lot. I'm sorry?
What side is that?
South parking lot. So that, I got an overview. You can see my light.
It's back there, yeah.
It's on stage.
Yeah, so I guess this picture, it's north up there. North, that would be west or east, my bad.
I think it's south.
North of the picture, but it'd be south.
Right.
Southwest.
The stadium.
Yeah. Southwest of the stadium, I guess. Yeah. So that's that. And then earthwork, nothing, they've came in there, did rough grading pretty much everywhere. Like I said, we're going to try to get them back out beginning of next month to start getting everything graded and the actual base started for the parking lots. Another overview of the stadium. And then utilities, we're about 97% done with the storm system. We have, I think, one manhole over where our job trailer is. So we're going to have to get rid of our job trailer here in a couple months. And got a manhole over there and then a tie-in to the actual city storm over by the visitors concession stand. Underground data rough, that's about 90% done. They just got little bits here and there. And then the sanitary system, you can see that was last week. They did their final run on the home side, had grease traps and such right in front of the press box. So they got in and got out of there, which is exciting. And then this is CPR1, which is the maintenance building. Currently, once they get on site to start doing the grading for the parking lot, they will also start digging for that underground detention that goes over there, which is the big part of that CPR1. And that's all I got. Comments, questions, concerns?
Side, is it the visitor side, the press box, you'll go up, visiting side.
I'm sorry?
The visiting side,
the bleachers. So we were shooting for the beginning of this coming up month. And it's looking like it's gonna push out a little bit to the end of next month. So, and apparently, once they get on site, that structure goes up fairly quick. So, the completion dates that they've given us or we've given them, they're gonna hold to it. So as soon as that hits site, that structure should go up fairly quick.
So they'll go first and then the home side?
Yes, sir. Yeah, because on the home side, we have a lot more with the press box. The visitor side, it's just the bleachers. And then the home side is, you got the press box, got to get all the middle panels on. We don't want to landlock people and put the bleachers up and then they can't get up there. So.
Good.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yep. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Pettis? I know he had a lot of recognitions and then he did the handbook, so we're good with Mr. Pettis. And I know we have a lot of coaches out here, so I invite Castellanos up to give us an update on athletics.
Thank you, Dr. Trevino, members of the board and audience. I appreciate you letting me speak on athletics. Get excited when we talk about athletics and our student athletes here in Alice. So I'm going to talk a little bit tonight about bridging our program and vertical alignment amongst our program. A lot of times you hear that with academics, but we're going to talk about athletics tonight. And we're also going to talk just a little bit about realignment. Realignment happened on February 1st and some things that are going on with that. So bridging our athletic program and how that looks and where it starts. We're talking about not only from our middle school to our high school, but we're talking about our elementary schools as well, and being able to bridge what we're doing with our elementary kids to our WAMS middle school, all the way up to our high school. So the purpose, creating a cohesive athletic vision between elementary schools, WAMS, and Alice High School, building discipline, accountability, and character that prepares student athletes for not only varsity competition, but for life. So you're going to hear a lot about that, and I'll get into the action plan towards the end, and then we'll get into some questions, okay? Vertical athletic alignment. What does that mean? Same expectations all the way across the board, whether we're kindergarten, whether we're third grade, whether we're seventh graders, or whether we're at the high school, being able to have those same expectations all the way through our program. Shared language for discipline and for effort. We'll get into exactly what that looks like here in a little bit. Consistent coaching standards. Not only consistency at the high school, but consistency from our PE coaches at our elementary schools, consistency for all of our coaches at WAMS and throughout our high school. Clear pathway to becoming a CIO athlete. What does that look like, right? And again, I'll get into that as we get to the slideshow. I only have 100 slides, so just bear with me.
All right.
And obviously being a champion in and out of the classroom. Ultimately, that's what we want to see our kiddos doing. We'll start with our elementary school PE programs and kind of what that should look like. We work with our Catch curriculum and we continue to work with Catch curriculum, but we're going to get more into what sports specific and what motor skills are being taught. So the way we're looking at this, kindergarten through second graders, what should they be learning as far as athletics? Running, which they probably love to do that. Skipping, hopping, balancing, being able to change directions, right? Being able to balance off of one foot, being able to hop, skip, things like that is what we're talking about with our elementary PE kids, right? And I'm talking specifically kindergarten, 5-year-olds through second grade, where we're looking about 7-year-old kids. As they get into our third grade level, now we're teaching them more sports specific type motor skills, right? Putting a ball in their hand, so to speak, right? The fundamentals of sports, the vocabulary of sports, right? What an offensive line is, what a defensive line is, what a rebound is, right? What a fastball is, what a fly ball is, things of that nature, fundamentals of the game, right? Teaching them about sportsmanship, obviously. So when you look at that, it's not where we're not doing that right now. It's just honing in on those particular fundamental schools at all of our grade levels and making sure that all of our coaches are aligned down there. None of them are here tonight, but at DuBose, we got Laura Delgado, who does an excellent job, Coach Luna at Shallard, Coach Siguero at Noonan, and Coach Maldonado at Science Elementary. Moving on to WAMS Middle School. Starts with pre-athletics, okay? So let's go back, right? So now we got K through second graders learning those fine motor skills, third through fifth graders. Now we're talking more specifics about sports. Now they're getting to our WAMS Middle School, right? And trying to be aligned when they hit our sixth grade pre-athletics classes, right? Now we can separate the athletic part of things from the PE things, right? Now we're talking about fundamentals in skill development. We're talking about coachability, teaching, being able to be coached and effort. We're talking about team behavior, discipline, introduction to the Coyote standards, right? I put some numbers up there for you. The numbers that people try to get to in school districts and talking to different athletic directors, we try to get to that 30 to 35% of your student population participating in athletics. You can look at our pre-athletics kids right now. Out of 329 kids, 204 of them are signed up for pre-athletics. Over 62% of our kids in sixth grade right now are participating in pre-athletics. That's a very high number. And usually those numbers are going to be high because the kid hadn't figured out yet, right? Do they want to be in athletics? Do they not want to be in athletics? So normally pre-athletics is going to be at a high number, right? You can see some of the pictures there of learning the fundamentals of the volleyball set, right? Of lifting in the weight room and things of that nature that we're able to preach, right? Moving on to WAMS athletics, looking at more of our sports that we're offering, cross country, volleyball, football, basketball, track and field, tennis and swim. We highlighted baseball, softball, which we're going to offer next year. If you look at all those sports, they're all feeder sports into what we're doing already at the high school. The only one that we don't have right now is baseball, softball. So I think it's very important that we implement that into our program. We've talked to baseball head coach, softball head coach. We can make it work. We can make it work where we're busing those kids after school up to our high school facility. You're talking about 4 to 5 week period of time where they actually play baseball, softball at WAMS. And it would be after junior high track. So it wouldn't interfere with anything that's going on right now. We would just give them another opportunity to learn the sport and to develop those kids, especially with our high school coaches. If you look at the numbers at WAMS, look at our 7th grade kids, 156 kids out of 305 are participating in athletics. That's over 51% of our kids, which is good. The higher the number, the more opportunity they have. There's a direct correlation between classroom performance and being in extracurricular sports, right? Look at our 8th graders, 145 of them, 307, so right around that 47%. Remember, we want to be, average is about 30%. These numbers are way above average, right? So our kids are doing real well here in Alice ISD. Let's look at the high school. Expectations and focus areas once they come to the high school. We're advancing those skills, competition. We're pushing our strength and conditioning program now amongst these kids. Accountability, leadership, discipline, program pride and tradition of a Coyote, CCMR. You can see the slideshow from earlier, and I think I seen athletics at the very top. We're preaching, and we're very proud of that. Fine arts. We're always in competition. We're always jabbing at each other. But we really preach the CCMR to our kids, and we're super proud of them. One thing we do at our high school, we make sure that all of our coaches, before the sport begins, that they're having parent meetings and they're outlining everything that's going to go on with their sport, the athletic handbook, schedules, UIL paperwork, anything to do with their sport. We're making sure that they outline that prior to their season. Here's a list of our coaches. And I think some of them are in attendance tonight. We appreciate you guys. If y'all can just stand up and just acknowledge yourself. Coaches, you're here tonight. Some of you, please. Thank you, guys. We got a lot of events going on. We got soccer going. We're hosting games tonight. A lot of them were invited, just couldn't make it. I need to press upon you that all these coaches here just don't coach. 98, 99% of them are in the classroom as well. Those are some of your math teachers, your science teachers, special ed teachers. They're, teaching 5 to 6 classes a day and coaching after school and before school. So it looks like a lot, and it is a lot, but a lot of those are classroom teachers as well. All right, here's the bridge. All right, this is how we're bridging everything. And this is the communication that we want to make sure that we're having, not only at our elementary schools, but at our junior high, all the way to the high school, right? Attendance, okay? Being here every single day. Punctuality, just being here on time, right? Respect for your coaches, respect for your teammates, respect for your officials. Academic responsibilities, academics comes first. You're going to see another slide on that as well. And then commitment to the team standards, and obviously just being self-disciplined as well, I think is very crucial. Coaching alignment, shared expectations across campuses, making sure that we're all on the same page amongst all of our campuses, not just at the high school, not at WAMS, but all the way across the board. Communication between all campuses, similar language that we're using. I think that's key. Same drills that we're using up at the high school, we should be implementing that at WAMS as well. One vision, Coyote Pride, all of that is part of our coaching alignment. And ultimately, this is what we want to be. When you look at alignment and you look at your elementary schools and you look at your junior high and your high school, we want to be one town, we want to be one team with one standard. And we're all pulling in the same direction for our athletic program. Every athlete in Alice ISD represents the Coyotes. We build disciplined student athletes who compete the right way while on the field, in the classroom, and in the community. And I'll put 4 great kids. We got tons of great kids here. Put 4 of those on there. They're very excellent. Alice High School athletic programs. We offer 14 different programs here at the high school, all the way from cross country to unified basketball, which we're going to host. We're actually not hosting, but we're going to a regional tournament on Wednesday, which we're super proud of those programs as well. Here's our athletic participation. So think about the numbers, right? We went from 6th grade at 62%. 7th grade was about a little bit over 51%. And then you go to 7th grade, which was about 47%. Now look at our freshmen, our 9th graders, how many kids we have, 436 kids. 143 of them are involved with athletics. So 32.8%. Remember, we want to be around that 30 to 35% range is what a good number is in high school. 10th grade, 33%, 11th grade, 40%, and 12th grade, 35.6%. So we're really above the average with a lot of our kids in the participation, and we just want to make sure that we keep them out. Coyote standards, here we go. This is what we want all of our elementary kids to learn. This is what we want all of our 7th and 8th graders to learn, and all of our high school kids. That academics is first. Eligibility, grades, classroom behavior come before any competition. So it can't just be me preaching that. It's got to be coming from the elementary coach. It's got to be coming from the junior high coach all the way up to the high school. So this is what I talk about when I'm talking about alignment. These are the 5 standards that we're really talking about. Attendance. I can't preach attendance only here at the high school and we're allowing our junior high kids to just come whenever they want. We got to all be on the same page there. Respect. Our kids have to learn how to respect their coaches, teammates, officials, teachers, and the community. Obviously have a winning attitude in everything we do. I think that's important, right? A winner's mentality in everything we do and a team first mentality. So these are the standards that we're gonna preach from K all the way up through 12. How are we gonna do it? Here's our action plan. One thing that we have right now is we have several crossover coaches, which we call crossovers. And what that means is it's a coach that teaches at one school district or one campus, but they're coaching at another campus. So those are crossovers, right? That's not the best scenario to be in. Sometimes you have to, just because you just don't have other people to fill those positions. But what it does is it pulls those coaches from their athletic periods a lot of times, and it puts them on another campus. They don't get to build those relationships with those particular kids that they're with every single day. They're not as, I shouldn't say they're not as invested in those kids as they should be on a daily basis. So we're gonna do a better job of not having crossover coaches. If you teach at WAMS, you coach at WAMS. If you teach at the high school, you coach at the high school, as best we can. There'll be some circumstances where we have to have one or two crossovers, but we're gonna try to eliminate that to be able to have those coaches at those campuses where they can really impact those kids on a daily basis. Professional development, clinics, that's local clinics, Coastal Bend Coaches Clinics, the Texas High School Coaches Association, which we send our coaches to in the summertime. And then UIO portal is crucial to where UIO provides a lot of professional development as well. Bigger, faster, stronger off-season programs. Okay, we're pushing that at every level, and it's important that obviously at the high school level, we're in there more, not only during the school year, but in the summertime, but start pushing in that at WAMS as well. Passing Academy, spring, summer leagues, basketball, volleyball leagues, 7-on-7, lineman challenges, breakfast club. Breakfast club is, they don't show up and eat breakfast. We tell them they do, but it's more eating weights, right? It's like, the breakfast club happens in our weight room. It's open to all of our boys and girls at the high school. Coach Tinker does an excellent job in there every morning at 7 a.m. And those kids can get an extra lift in, right, before school, and he has a great turnout with that. That's what we call our breakfast club. High school coaches working with our middle school student athletes during the athletic periods as best as we can fit that. Right now we have Coach Tinker, we have Coach Cox that are starting to go down with our 7th grade first period athletes down there twice a week each. But again, as best we can make that work, we want to be down there every day if we can make it work, but we have to have that little flexibility with their schedule. They're doing a good job of that. Elementary sport units. I think it's important at the elementary schools that we continue with our catch curriculum, but our kids it needs to mirror what we're doing at the other school districts. So if we're playing volleyball at the high school in WAMS, they need to be having a volleyball in their hand, 3rd through 5th grade, right? If we're doing football up here, there should be some football going on down there as well. So trying to mirror everything that we're doing at the high school and junior high down with our elementary schools as well. Talk a little bit about our softball baseball program at WAMS. Our goal, we're going to have 4 teams. It will not consist of 2 8th grade teams and 2 7th grade teams. It would be more of like we do at the high school, where there's a varsity team and then there's a JV team. So you look at all your 7th and 8th graders, and you take your best 15 baseball kids and you combine them as a team. That's one team. And you'll have a second team like that, right? You do the same thing with our softball kids. So our ultimate goal is to have 15 kids per team and a total of 4 teams. We're able to get in a co-op locally with some of the schools that are surrounding us, so travel won't be big on that. It won't be much traveling at all. Monthly meetings with our WAMS coordinators. I think that's going to be crucial. If we're going to be on the same page and we're going to align together, you have to have those meetings with those coordinators to make sure they're doing the same thing that you're doing up at the high school. Monthly meetings with our elementary PE coaches. So Coach Beltran does a good job with that, and we'll continue to work on that. Working with our youth coaches to align with WAMS, right? All of our youth programs to making sure that we're working with those youth coaches to make sure that we know what's coming into our WAMS programs and we're doing what's best for them. Goal boards. I think you have to set goals. I'm going to use football as an example since I'm the head football coach as well. We have goal boards in our locker room. The ultimate goal is to win. That's number one, right? But we have goals. We set goals for our offense. How many yards do we want this week? We have goals for our defense, how many points we want to allow and things of that nature. But I think that's key for your kids to be able to see that. They need to see goals. They need to know what your goals are. And I'm talking specifically in every sport that we set those goals where our kids can see those and being able to say, yes, we met these goals, or no, we did not meet those goals. And the last one, obviously, if our student athletes are very, very valuable to us. That's why we're here. So it's very important that we monitor what we value, and we will do a good job of that. Took some pictures of some sixth grade pre-athletic kids. And you can see the difference, right? What is the difference like third through fifth grade? These kids are now actually dressing, right? They're getting in athletic clothes, right? So they're, no, you know what? This may not be for me next year, right? I don't want to be part of this, but we're actually introducing them into athletics, being coachable, what it's like to be part of a team, what it's like to dress, right? What it's like to hold high standards in the classroom as well. Here's some pictures of our off-season kids utilizing the weight room down there as best we can. We've got a good off-season program going down. Right now, we're in our strengthening phase down there with those kids and really trying to utilize the weight room as much as we can down there. Quarterback Academy. We learned one thing last year that very important to have a quarterback. So part of our focus was working on our quarterbacks, right? And trying to make as many quarterbacks as we possibly can. We have invited some of our WAMs quarterbacks up here. Coach Cox is monitors that on Tuesdays and Thursday mornings. And not only is it for quarterbacks, but you can see we have to have receivers out there. We have to have snappers out there. So we're developing multiple positions through our quarterback academy. There's some more pictures of our off-season kids working during the off-season program. All right, a little bit on realignment. So realignment came out on February the 1st. I gave you the 4A number. So any school district that turned in 550 kids to 1304, they were considered 4A division, right? Now, more specifically, if you were from 550 to 895, you were 4A Division 2, and then 896 to 1304, you were 4A Division 1. Alice High School turned in 1204, which would put us at 4A Division 1. Okay, so our football district consists of 5 teams: Alice, Couch, Elsa, Hidalgo, Far Valley View, and Zapata. They sent us out south again, right? So that way that works, board, is you take away, that's 5 schools, so you take away 1, which is yourself, so that's 4 district games that you would play. So you would be looking for 6 non-district games, right? So, and I'll mention that here in a little bit because it's kind of a problem right now. Our non-football district, so when I say non-football, I'm talking volleyball, baseball, softball, track and field, cross-country, things like that. They put us Alice, Beeville, Calallen, TM, Kingsville, Robstown. Okay, so very competitive district. I think we'll do well in that district. Swim and soccer alignments have not been released yet. Okay, those usually take a little bit longer because a lot of schools may not have swim or soccer in their program. All right, here's a tentative 2026 football schedule. So you can see August the 28th, we're here at home. So PPK, we're here at home. August 28th.
Tim, are you here?
Tim.
Where's it at?
So we're here at home.
It's on my calendar.
There'll be a lot of Texas orange here on the 28th because Beagle's coming to town. But you can see our schedule there. And you can see week 6 on October the 2nd is open or not filled yet. And the reason being is they put us in a 5-team district. And you can look at all the alignments. The closest 5-team district was out in El Paso and Odessa.
Oh.
So and what that means is if you're in a 5-team district, you're looking for 6 games. So the only other district that was looking was out there in El Paso and Odessa. And I'm talking from 4A, 5A, 3A as well. So, and we didn't want to go down. I think La Villa was a 2A school that had 5, but we were not going to play a 2A school, right? So at this time, we don't have a game. We got a couple of options. Option one, is La Grulla RGV has opted or trying to opt out. They have appealed with the UIL. They are trying to opt out. They're 4A Division II schools, and they're trying to opt out for travel reasons. They're in there with Rockport, Ingleside, London, so it's a lot of travel for them. So the hearing on that is going to be on the 23rd, a week from today. We will know if that appeal is denied or is it approved. If it's approved, that would put them into our district, which now we would not be looking for week 6. We would probably have to reshuffle the order of our district since there's another team coming into it. But if it is not approved and it's denied, we have a team from Mexico City, that we would be inserting into there. And from what I've understood, that Alice played a Mexico team maybe several years back or something like that. Yes, so that would be our only option. What that would mean is we would add another home game in there for 2 consecutive years. So instead of playing 5 and 5, we would end up playing 6 home games for 2 consecutive years, which is obviously pretty beneficial for Booster Club and everybody else as far as travel. As soon as that comes out on Monday, we'll get together with Dr. Kabbalah and we'll put a homecoming game, senior night and all that stuff together.
So who is our new rival?
All of them.
I mean, I guess that.
Yeah.
It counts.
I guess it's Ed Couch came up from 5, they were 5A Division II. They've been traditionally 5A and they dropped down as well.
We need to recognize them because I'm looking at it thinking, oh, wow.
Yeah.
We've always rivaled against Calallen or.
Yes.
Drops down.
Well, we got Highway 44, so maybe that's anyone there as well. So as soon as those come out, we would definitely share.
I shared a letter that possibly I could send to UIL supporter.
So as far as the vertical alignment and realignment, are there any questions over there?
No.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
It's been a long presentation, Madam President, but I'm done with the superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Trevino. On to item 6I, the recess. It's 8:45. We're literally gonna have a 5-minute break. We still have a lot to go. So we are now in recess. 5 minutes.
I think supposedly my profile or than even are only one doing that because all supposedly
You still need?
No, it's all right. These are the.
Are you ready, Lee? The time is now 8:51 and the recess is over. On to item number 7, the consent agenda. All items under the consent agenda are acted upon by one motion. Upon a board member's request, any item shall be moved to the action portion of the regular agenda. 7A, recommend and approve the following donations to Alice ISD. The board would like to thank the donation made by Wyatt Ranch for the monetary donation of $70,000 to Science Elementary. We'd like to also acknowledge donations of $400 made by Wolf Sports and Fitness Club to the Alice ISD powerlifting team. Donations to DeVos for their bicycle campaign. Bicycles, scooters, helmets were donated by the following businesses: Enbridge, Carlos Garcia, Jason Lovelace, Isaac Wright, Willie and Patricia Gray, Budded Law Firm, and Lice Angels of Alice, who donated to their Christmas bike drive. We'd also like to acknowledge and thank the Hagenham Financial Consulting for a $250 monetary donation to central office for the Christmas luncheon, and Dynamic Strength Nutrition's monetary donation of $100 to Alice ISD Parental Conference. Thank you for all the community members who support our district and our students. And 7B, recommend and approve the following miscellaneous items as posted. Is there a motion at this time to approve the consent agenda? Thank you. We have a motion by Mr. Ramon. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A second by Mr. Reeves. Is there any discussion? No? All in favor, Mr. Ariano?
Aye.
Mr. Benya?
Aye.
Mrs. Guerra?
Aye.
Mr. Reeves?
Aye.
Mr. Ramon?
Aye.
And myself, aye. The consent agenda items pass. On to item number 8, the action items. 8A, consideration and possible action of the 2024-2025 annual financial audit as presented in agenda item 6E1. Dr. Padilla?
Yes, this is exactly what Mr. Hernandez presented, so we just need approval of the audit findings. We did have a good report, and I'm grateful to the business office for the work in preparing for that.
Thank you, Dr. Trevino. Is there a motion at this time?
So
I have a motion by Mr. Ramon for the approval of the annual financial audit as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And a second by Mrs. Guerra. Is there any discussion? All in favor, Mr. Ariano?
Aye.
Mr. Benya?
Aye.
Mrs. Guerra?
Aye.
Mr. Reeves?
Aye.
Mr. Ramon?
Aye.
And myself, motion passes. Thank you. 8B, consideration of possible action to submit TEA application for low attendance waiver due to weather on January 26th of 2026.
As mentioned by Ms. Liana Vasquez, anytime that a school district has a day in which we are 10 percentage points below the previous year's attendance, we are able to apply for a waiver in which that day does not affect our ADA for that month, for that year. And so we are asking for January 26th to be approved as a low attendance waiver day. We had 55% of our students in attendance on that day.
Thank you, Dr. Trevino. Is there a motion at this time?
I move that we approve, so that way the application for low attendance waiver is submitted.
Thank you, Mrs. Guerra. We have a motion by Mrs. Guerra. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And a second by Mr. Benya. Is there any discussion? All in favor, Mr. Ariano?
Aye.
Mr. Benya?
Aye.
Mrs. Guerra?
Aye.
Mr. Reeves?
Aye.
Mr. Ramon? And myself, aye, motion passes. 8C, consideration and possible action to purchase Insight Managed Power and UPS infrastructure solution to improve uptime for instruction and administrative systems for a total cost of $148,941.89 with a district contribution of $22,341.29 and a rate contribution of $126,661.
And so this is for us to have a backup system. Anytime we have a power outage, it can affect our servers. And so this provides us like a battery, like about 8 hours in order for us to be able to sustain the data and our servers with our data information. So most of the cost, 85% of it does come from the state. Our contribution is just 15%. And so we're asking for approval because unfortunately we have found ourselves where we do have a power outage and we need to make sure that our system is protected.
It's gonna be centralized here at the central?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Trevino. Is there a motion at this time? We have a motion by Mr. Ramon. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Guerra. Is there any questions or discussion? No? All in favor, Mr. Ariano? Mr. Peña?
Aye.
Mrs. Guerra?
Aye.
Mr. Reeves?
Aye.
Mr. Ramon?
Aye.
Myself, motion passes. On to item 8D, consideration and possible action of track repairs for Schaller Elementary and Science Elementary at a cost of $69,000 as proposed by Silver Creek Contractors, Inc., referencing the goodbye number 27-7N000. Dr. Trevino?
Yes, the maintenance department has done an evaluation of our tracks at all our elementaries, and they really do feel that the track at Schaller and Science Elementary need to be replaced. Students have gotten injured, and we are trying to, see what we can do to make sure that students are not injured and that they do enjoy the track and get the necessary physical exercise that they need. We did go through the bike boards and they have already been vetted. We did have 3 individuals submit a bid, and this was the most cost effective. And we feel very confident that they could start the job within the week or 2.
What?
That they could start the project by next week.
And we looked at all the tracks that we had, our elementaries, everything.
Yes, we looked at all of them. I think the one at Dubose, Michael told me was recently done, not too long ago, correct, Michael? Oh, at Noonan. So the ones that definitely need it right now are those 2.
So there's 2 tracks that.
2, Schaller and Noonan, outside Schaller and Science, both needing immediate attention.
Are they all made of the same material or it's like the same?
Sorry, ma'am?
Are they all the same, like as far as?
They're gonna go back with asphalt? Yeah, so the only thing that's gonna be different is they're gonna do some changes for the Schaller track at the request of the principal. They want a round track.
They want a what?
They want a round track.
Oh.
And it's like a snake.
Oh, yeah.
We do have a lot of children at the moment that are getting injured, so it's in desperate need of repair.
So they're gonna, we're gonna rip up the whole snake and go back around?
Milling out that existing track, on the winding portion closest to the pavilion. And then there's a portion that runs, east and west that they'll tie into that. Of course, they'll mill that out, widen it and put brand new track all around the facility or around that going all toward, Jimwell Street. There's a palm tree around Texas Boulevard. It's approximately 1,236 feet.
Yeah, so almost a quarter mile.
Pretty much.
I have a question. So right now we have on the agenda for Science and Schaller. Is this a phase where we're going to look and have DuBose and Noonan also submit repairs? And are we doing this in phases or?
So what will happen, ma'am, we'll assess those as the years go by, school year, and make sure that Noonan is pretty much where we can repair as far as fillings, that's what they call it, on a lot of the crack. It's in pretty good condition, but if not, then we'll make those assessments as needed and move forward as we have with Schaller and Design right now.
Thank you.
The signs one, that's just gonna be a patch job then?
So that's gonna be a new job. So
They're gonna tear up that one too?
Yes, sir. So basically what happened with that during the previous bond for the elementary, add-ons for the gym and the pre-K areas. That track was, basically, a lot of it was torn out for egress, access and egress for the contractors to go to with they were supposed to repair that once the job was completed. That never happened, so that's where we're at right now. So they got a portion of that track that's just grass. They never repaired the asphalt that they removed during that construction phase.
Does anyone else have any other questions?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. We have a motion at this time by Mr. Ariano. Is there a second? And a second by Mr. Ramon. All in favor, Mr. Ariano?
Aye.
Mr. Peña?
Aye.
Mrs. Guerra?
Aye.
Mr. Reeves?
Aye.
Mr. Ramon?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes. On to item 8E, consideration of possible action of MOU between Alice ISD and Coastal Bend College Dual Credit Program for the 2026-2027 academic school year.
We bring this contract before you every year. We want to continue to give our students an opportunity to take dual enrollment classes through the Coastal Bend College program. And so we ask in advance, before the school year even starts, before students start pre-registering, to approve that so we can be ready to go for them this coming school year.
Thank you, Dr. Trevino. Is there a motion at this time?
I move that we approve the MOU between Alice ISD and Coastal Bend College Dual Credit Program for the 26-27 academic school year.
Thank you. We have a motion by Mrs. Guerra. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A second by Mr. Peña. Is there any discussion? All in favor, Mr. Ariano?
Aye.
Mr. Peña?
Aye.
Mrs. Guerra?
Aye.
Mr. Reeves?
Aye.
Mr. Ramon?
Aye.
Myself, motion passes. 8F, consideration of possible action to approve a resolution to nominate Dr. Anicia Trevino for the TASB Superintendent of the Year Award.
What?
I can nominate myself.
Yes. She's like. This is something that, as a board, we have discussed, and we would like to nominate her, but that has to be done on our agenda. So,
Make a motion.
thank you. We have a motion by Mr. Adriana
I will
to,
second.
thank you, and a second by Mr. Ramon to nominate Dr. Anicia Trevino for the TASB Superintendent of the Year Award. Is there any questions or discussion?
Who nominated her?
Well, I mean, I'm humbled for the opportunity. Yes, we are, but I am humbled that you all would consider me, and so I'm grateful.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership. It's come from you down to the principals who are still here standing strong. We have shown tremendous growth academically, athletically, through the,
Actually, to the cabinet, right, or your
Your
cabinet, and
cabinet.
then
Yes, for sure.
What?
the cabinet, the admin.
the admin that's
All
sitting
in
here,
Yeah.
from HR to curriculum to the CFO, safety. I mean, we have really outdone ourselves. And we just want to show our appreciation to you, Dr. Trevino. Thank you.
It shows, and it's awesome.
Yay. Let's vote. Mr. Ariano?
Aye.
Let's do this. Mr. Peña?
Aye.
Mrs. Guerra? Aye. Mr. Reeves?
Aye.
Mr. Ramon?
Aye.
And myself, I motion passes. Thank you. Yes. On to item 9, close our executive meeting or session called in accordance with the following provisions set forth in the Texas Government Code. 9A, Texas Government Code Section 551.074, personnel matters. 9A1, presentation and discussion of new hires. 9A2, presentation and discussion of retirements. 9A3, presentation and discussion of resignations. 9A4, personnel update regarding investigations. 9B, Texas Government Code Section 551.071, legal matters and board attorney advice. And 551.074, personnel. 9C, pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding legal issues involved in the adoption of resolution regarding prayer in school. The Alice Independent School District shall adopt a policy requiring every campus of Alice ISD to provide a period of prayer and reading of the Bible for other religious texts as provided by section 25.0823 of the Education Code. 9D, pursuant to the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, consultation with attorney and discussion regarding legal issues involved in the Alice Independent School District versus Property Casualty Alliance of Texas in cause number 21-04-61041-CB. The time is now 9:06, and we are going to go into executive session. Thank you. Please, I need some water.
Right,
The time is now 10:36 p.m. and it's still February 16th. I'm just stating the purposes of the record. On to item number 11, we're back from executive session. 11A, consideration of possible action regarding the hires. That was informational only. 11B, consideration of possible action regarding retirements. That's information only. 11C, consideration of possible action regarding resignations. It's informational only. 11D, discussion of possible action regarding ongoing investigations. That's information only. 11E, discussion of possible action regarding prayer in school. The Allison Independent School District shall adopt a policy requiring every campus at Alice ISD to provide a period of prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious texts as provided by section 25.0823 of the Education Code. At this time, do we have a motion regarding this issue?
Yes, I move that we vote against adopting a policy requiring every campus of Alice ISD to provide a period of prayer and reading of the Bible or religious texts as provided by the Education Code 25.0823.
Thank you. We have a motion at this time by Mr. Adriano. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second by Mr. Ramon. Is there any discussion or comments?
I would like to say that even though we're voting against that we're still, students still have the freedom to read their Bibles, either by themselves or in a group, or gather, during this, like during lunch. They can still gather at the pool. All of that is still allowed. That is allowed now. I want to make that clear and state that it's not voting against that.
Thank you, Mrs. Guerra. Is that correct, Dr. Trevino, that we do have student-led prayer already at our campuses?
Yes, the students have the right to pray at any time voluntarily or with a group of students, so long as it is not led by a staff member.
Thank you, Dr. Trevino. Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment or discuss this issue?
I think that you said it right on the money.
Thank you, Mr. Golden. So, all in favor? Mr. Adriano?
Aye.
Mr. Peña?
Aye.
Mrs. Guerra?
Aye.
Mr. Reeves?
Aye.
Mr. Ramon?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes. On to item 11F, discussion of possible action regarding legal issues involving the Allison Independent School District versus Property Casualty Alliance of Texas, cause number 21-04-61041CB. That was an informational item only.
Action. No, she needs action.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Sorry. Let it be.
Do we have?
Yes.
A motion at this time that would give the superintendent the authority to act on behalf of the board.
Yes, I move that we authorize the superintendent and legal counsel to authorize the authority to proceed as discussed in closed session.
Thank you. We have a motion by Mr. Adriano. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second by Mr. Reeves. Is there any discussion or questions? No, all in favor, Mr. Adriano?
Aye.
Mr. Peña?
Aye.
Mrs. Guerra?
Aye.
Mr. Reeves?
Aye.
Mr. Ramon?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Motion passes. The time is now 10:40 and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you everyone for staying up late with us.
So made it. Yeah. And so since this is